Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and out businesses. Today, we will be having a world premiere of Dr. Eric Kelly film.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening, and seeing things that were going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You got to understand, I was a kid, Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music, and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white, and my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writings. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say some guidance, some leadership. when I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, three of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the barber shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think and then sail and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And Why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I will never forget it, she said, "You an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out." And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract. I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, "You got an art scholarship. You ought to know how to paint." And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, "I can't help you. I'm not going to help you. You got something, so go do what you do." And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, "Oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces." I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousins saying, "When you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history." And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my mom's always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4:00 in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4:00 in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been. is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students says to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you trying to draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room. And on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it. Mr. Kennedy said it. And I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. You know, when they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions, and I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraitures, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to Black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about Black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many Black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the Black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a Black artist. And one of the reasons that I moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a Black man artist, even though I'm a Black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people, portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being Black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer. And he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum after we went to look at museums to see what they were about. You have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Gordon Parks photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artists. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. It's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought tonight this was a piece I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California and going to all these different places and watching people. I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, and feelings, and ideas, and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes, but I had to ask myself one question: how do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here, and this was his work, this was his style, this is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hitting my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for the session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. We will have a fireside chat with Armand Wallace. Armand Wallace is the founder and the president of the Legends from the Past and Future Show, LLC. He was born and raised in Annapolis, Maryland. Armand demonstrated leadership and determination from a young age. While attending Annapolis Senior High, he earned letters in the Annapolis High Fighting Panthers football program for 2 years. After high school, Armand went on to attend Anne Arundel Community College, where he made the first team All-Region and All-JUCO teams during both his freshman and sophomore years. In 1981, he enlisted in the United States Army, where he served with distinction and retired in 2003 as Sergeant First Class from Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, ranking in the top 3% of his class. Following his military career, Armand transitioned into the civilian workforce as a defense contractor, where he became one of the lead supervisors in the PEO Soldiers Program. Later, he served as the property book officer at the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research before retiring from the federal government in 2022. Armand is happily married to Dr. Andrea Wallace and is the proud father of 4 adult children and grandfather to 5 beautiful granddaughters. Through his entrepreneur efforts and dedication to service, Armand continues to inspire others with his leadership and commitment to excellence. I present to you Armand Wallace.
Good evening. How you doing, Miss Burrell?
Good evening, Armand. How are you today?
I am great. I am great. How about you?
I am wonderful. I'm so excited to be talking to you. I have questions for you. Are you ready?
I think I can do this. Let's do it.
All right, we're going to do it. My first question for you is, what was it like growing up in Annapolis, Maryland, and how did it shape you as a person?
Well, you know, Annapolis, it was just great. You know, the whole city was together. You know, when they say it takes a village to raise a child, everybody had their hand in raising me, my brothers, my cousins, my nephew, everybody. You know, it was the everything was just perfect, just perfect.
So the neighborhood was really the neighborhood and not the hood.
It was a neighborhood, not the hood. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That is so awesome. That's awesome. Now, how did your time playing football in high school influence your leadership skills and work ethic?
So the coaches that I played under was just excellent. You know, they shaped us into becoming men, young men, and not just athletes. Young men to be able to cope on the outside when we're not playing football, and students in the classroom. So I have to give a lot to my coaches that I played under.
Now, what is something or a key takeaway that you can remember one of your coaches giving you growing up?
Well, my high school coach, I never forget him. You know, he has since died and went home to be with God. But I actually played hooky for my class, and I was a senior. And this particular day was our homecoming. So one of the teacher who class I hooked approached my coach and said, you know, mom wasn't in class today. And he approached me and he said, you know, you told me you didn't have a class. I know that you had a class and you hooked from it, but the lesson that he taught me, it was homecoming, my last game of my Annapolis High career, and I didn't get in until 2 seconds left in the game. You know, that was huge. That was huge.
2 seconds left.
2 seconds left in the game. It's when he put me in the game, senior year and homecoming, and I was a starter.
And you thought you was gonna show out, huh? Because you skipped.
Hey, look, I thought I had it. You know, little did I know that my teacher would approach my coach. You know, but those are the type teachers we had in Annapolis High School. You know, they took our education serious and helped us to take our education serious while going through Annapolis High.
I like that he held you accountable for what was going on, because a lot of times we want to skip or we want to miss out on the things that's going on. So I like that he held him accountable. That's a big word. A lot of times we do things and we don't think that we're going to get caught, or we don't think that anybody sees us, but someone is always watching. Someone is always there seeing, what are you doing? What are you doing with your tools? What are you doing with your gift? What are you doing with your passion? So it's very important that we watch what we do. We watch what we say. We watch how we act, because someone will always be there saying, well, did you do this right? Or they might not even ask you. They might just be on the back burner, telling other people, oh, no, that person's not a person of their word, or that person is not a person of character. So it's very important to hold yourself accountable, to hold those people around you accountable. If you see them doing something that's not right, or you see them doing something that is not of good character or that is not of order, it's good to hold all your parties around you accountable. So I love that about his coach, that he held him accountable, that he wasn't afraid to hold him accountable. So that's awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, what inspired you to pursue a career in the military after high school?
Well, what happened there is I wanted to be an entrepreneur. So in order to be an entrepreneur, I had to be able to pay for becoming one. So I felt that the best way of doing that was joining the military.
Yes, yes, sir. You were saying that you needed money for entrepreneurship.
Yes, I did. So I felt the way to do that was to join the military. At that time, I wasn't really doing much of anything, and I knew that I had ambition. And the only way to finance my ambition was to join the Army. I joined the Army with the intent of staying in for 4 years. However, I lasted 22 years. But what that did, it helped me to learn. It helped me to learn financial steps. It helped me to learn the W-4 system. It helped me to learn how to save. And once I got out, I was ready to start my own business.
Wow. Wow. Now, what were some of the most challenging aspects of your military career?
So, the different places that I actually deployed to and the people that I came in contact with and actually growing through the ranks. I was able to, once I started growing through the ranks, I had people under me. So I was able to help them with their finances, how to eliminate debt, that they could go to school and their tuition would be paid 100%, which would set them up if they chose the correct curriculum to study. So that's what I felt I wanted to do with my soldiers, which ultimately helped me in the process. And here I am today.
Awesome. Awesome. Now, what was it like to retire as a sergeant first class in the top 3% of your class in 2003?
It was amazing. It was really amazing to reach that pinnacle. I knew that I could have gone further, but to retire as a sergeant first class, top 3%, what it did, it left a mark for my children to achieve. I have three boys who were living with me, and I wanted nothing but the best for them. So by me achieving that, it helped them to achieve their dreams. They knew that the bar was set high and that they had to go after it and get it.
That's good. Set the bar high. Now, when you first went in the military, did you plan to be in the top 3%, or were you just going in like, I just need money to be an entrepreneur? Did you have a plan to be in the top 3%?
No, I did not. I did not at all. I knew that I wanted to be an entrepreneur, so it was just about the money. But at that time, things were going so well. I had no other choice but to continue on with it. So again, my my goal was to become an entrepreneur, to raise money, to be prepared when it was time to get out. Little did I know that I would be getting married and have three children, which changed the dynamics of things. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big change in dynamics, huh?
Absolutely, it is. It is. It really is. Yes, it is. But it really helps shape you and mold you and becoming the leader that you are. And it helps you when you stand in front of people and try to teach them different things. I just love it, and that's the reason why I think what I'm doing today has become so successful.
Yes, yes. Now, can you share a defining moment from your time at Fort Leavenworth that has had a lasting impact on you?
Yeah, I think the thing that has a lasting impact on me was the soldiers who were under me that looked up to me for guidance and direction, and to be able to lead them, shape them from being young men, from young studs into capable young adults. And that's what it was all about. That's leadership. Influencing them without having to tell them what to do and when to do it. That's what it was all about. That was my
Now,
defining.
how does it? Yes, sir. I'm listening.
That was my defining moment. Just building and molding young men.
Now, how does it feel to be an example? A lot of people get fear when other people start to come to them and ask questions or just look at them as an example. How does it feel to you to be an example, to be a leader, to show them the steps on what to take or what to do?
Well, one thing about a lot of Black people, a lot of us, right? We keep information to ourselves instead of sharing it with others so they can excel. I was never that type. I always believed in sharing how to become successful. I made it as far as Sergeant First Class United States Army. I wanted my soldiers to become greater than a Sergeant First Class, more. And that transferred into my business. Instead of holding on to information, I believe in sharing information. My podcast. My podcast is another podcast in Annapolis, and we have at this time 35,000 subscribers. The other podcast was started using the software first before I did, only have maybe 173 subscribers. But I guess pride is holding them back to approach me on how to become successful like that, where I just had an event on Saturday and I invited them to stream live at that event. So I'm trying to bring them in on my coattails, whether they realize it or not, because there's enough for everybody out there. I believe that we all can eat, and it just doesn't have to be one person. So I'm very proud. I'm proud of what this podcast is doing, how it's touching people, how it's shaping the community, the success that we had this past Saturday night at our thank you event. The sky's the limit. And little did I know, I didn't expect for us to be communicating with each other today. But that's how God works, and I appreciate that. I really appreciate the fact that by my success and me helping and shaping the community is being known and seen. And I'm really grateful for that.
That is so awesome. I like that you don't keep information to yourself. No. And you turn around and you reach to other people, and you're a key to a door for them.
Yes.
And so I really like that about you. Now, as far as you being in the military and you having all these different type of jobs, what was the transition like coming from military to civilian life? What was the transition like?
That was tough. That was tough because, we in the military, you work off of a training calendar and everything is precise and time management. The littlest things used to bother me from military to civilian because I felt civilian was just unorganized. The little thing like not having a parking spot used to bother me. So it was a difficult transition at that time. I tried to get back on active duty from civilian life, but as time goes on or went on, I started slowly making my adjustment to that particular life.
I can imagine that, having everything set up in the military world and you come, it's like everything is it just seems like everything is everywhere.
Everywhere, it's just unbelievable. It's tough. Just like the same thing when it came to retiring from the federal government. Not having anything to do, trying to find something to do. So what do? I start a podcast, to keep myself busy. So it's tough. It's not easy, but you fall into a groove and everything starts to fall in place. And when you see the impact that you're having, again, I can say this: Saturday night at the event, people were coming to me wanting to donate because they see what I'm doing for our Black community, how I'm actually giving honor to a lot of people who weren't given the honor that they deserve, and really recognizing the city of Annapolis. Back then we didn't have social media. We didn't have ways of really being seen out there. Today, we have the internet, we have Facebook, Instagram, we have podcasts, we have different mechanisms where we can actually share the accomplishments that were made. So a lot of people that weren't recognized and noted back in the day, guess what? I'm giving them their notoriety, and it's working out. As I stated, the numbers that I look at my analytics daily, and it's daily going up. It's increasing, and that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
Now, how did your work with the federal government shape your perspective on service and leadership?
So, you meet different people in different places. In the federal government, the bond that I made, and I kept it military. I worked federal government at a Walter Reed Army Institute of Research where soldiers were. So that helped me to go to different locations like Kenya, Africa. I got a chance to see how they lived in Kenya, Africa. And it gave me the humbling experience to where I could come back and share with my kids, you have it good. It's not tough on you here, in the city of Annapolis, compared to how they living in Kenya, Africa. So, I have friends over in Kenya, Africa that I stay in touch with, and I plan to go back again someday. So that helped shape me to know that there's more that need to be done here in my city. And that's what I'm trying to do,
Now, what do you feel that your purpose is?
My purpose, I can tell you this, all right, and this is the reason behind the podcast. There were two specific instances that I had with death. Okay, I had an accident on the busiest beltway, 495 in Maryland, where a car came down the wrong direction on 495. And my avoidance of trying to avoid it, I crashed into a wall, breaking the femur. Now, the blessing behind that, it didn't hit the major artery that would cause me to bleed out. And that particular day, the traffic was slow. That didn't cause me to get wiped out. So I just went across and crashed into a wall. The second time was I was working out with a trainer, and I actually died for 3 to 4 minutes. My trainer said that he thought he had lost me. So I had to find out what my purpose was. My purpose was to recognize the people who had impacts on the city of Annapolis, both athletically and within the community. We had some great people that came through Annapolis, but as I stated earlier, they weren't being recognized because we didn't have social media. All right. So the process of them being recognized was slow. I recognized a guy who had an impact on the city of Annapolis and gave him a Legend of the Year award this past Saturday, and his name is Leslie Stanton. He has done so much for the community, and he was deserving of that award. I also honored a young lady who's a Grammy-nominated Emmy winner, Paris Lane. She's a singer and an actress, and was never once recognized for her talents in the city of Annapolis. But guess what? I honored and recognized her and gave her an award this past Saturday. We have a young kid who does a lot. You know, he was the second leading rusher in Annapolis, in the state of Maryland. He does a lot in the community. You know, he won the highest award as a running back in the county, and I recognize him as a future legend of the year. You know, and this is what my podcast does. We honor and recognize those who deserve it. You know, and that's my calling. My calling is to honor and recognize people who are having an impact, but it's not just in the city of Annapolis or the state of Maryland. It can be worldwide. But it just so happened I'm doing my city because we didn't have what we needed back then, but they have it now.
Mm-hmm. I like how you say to recognize and honor, because if you don't recognize the greatness around you or honor the greatness around you, you can't hear what is being said. You can't hear the wisdom. You can't hear the lesson.
Yes.
So that's a very important purpose. Very important purpose.
Yes.
Yes. So how would you say, because you said back then they didn't have internet, they didn't have social media. How did internet and social media and everything cause you to pivot your business and cause you to be out there and market more and recognize more people?
Well, you know, it made it easy. It made it easier to do that. Now, when I first started this, which was November the 4th, 2017, I was using my phone. And remember, COVID hit in 2020. So while I was using my phone, I would go back to the old high school football field and interview the talent that came through, the ones who had an impact. Or I would go into their homes and interview them, right? So when COVID hit, we could no longer do that, right? So
Right.
I had to come up with a software to use. And a good friend of mine by the name of Darius Stanton, he recommended StreamYard. So I started using StreamYard in probably 23 or 24. All right. And it's been taken off so much because now we can do it virtual. Just like you're doing me virtual, I can do them virtual. And they get excited when they hear the founder and the president would like to interview you on the Legend from the Past and Future show, and they send me what I need, and we broadcast not just in Annapolis, but we broadcast worldwide. You know, my largest audience is in India. You know, they support me well. You know, Kenya, Nairobi, Thailand, you name it. You know, we hit all of the different countries. You know, and it's just a blessing. It's to be able to do that and touch so many people. It's just awesome. It's awesome. You know, what more can I say? You know, StreamYard has been great. You know, and I'm excited about it. We have an interview this coming Wednesday, the final of Women's History Month. You know, so we're gonna hit a young lady that's running for mayor in the city of Annapolis. So you know, I'm excited. You know, it's just great. You know, it's just great. What can I say?
Mm-hmm. Now, how do you choose who to recognize? Do people recommend people that's doing things in their community? Do you look at a newspaper? How do you find the people to go on your show, or just the people to recognize?
So you know that's a very good question. You know, a lot of people, what they do is I'm open to people sharing who they would like to have on the show. You know, and there are people that I know who really stood out that I would actually communicate with now. As far as the actual annual yearly award, this year I actually picked the ones who I felt deserved. But we're gonna create a board, and the board members will be tasked with coming up with a system to figure out who will be the male legend of the year, who will be the female legend of the year, and who will be the future legend of the year. You know, to me, it's exciting. I'm gonna pull myself out of the equation of choosing, but I will override if I have to, if need to. But I'm gonna let the board do what they have to do.
Now, do you choose people every month? How do you get to the person of the year, the man of the year, the woman of the year, the future? How do you get to the award title?
So, little do they know, we watch who we interview each Wednesday. We interview someone every Wednesday.
Wow.
All right, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, we come on every Wednesday. So we keep tabs on what they do throughout the year. They don't know that, but I do, and my team. I have 4 people on my team: Miss Ayana Moo Young, Roger L. Parker Jr., Miss Jeannie Day, and this last one is she's a intern. She's in her senior year at Frostburg State University. She studies media. And she was recommended to me as an intern. I asked her right before the event, Miss Deja, do you still want to be recognized as an intern? She said, no. I'm part of the team. I'm part of the family. I want to be with you guys. So now she's a host of the Legends of the Past and Future show. So, and those 4, they are amazing. And they really are the ones who make this show a success. And look, I'm just getting excited thinking about it now. I can't wait for Wednesday to get here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, where can people find your show, or where can they send in people that they think that are great, or that's helping them, or that's helping in the community?
Well, they can email me at ArmandWallace@Yahoo or past and future legends @gmail.com. They can Google us. All right. Legend from the Past and Future TV. They can Google us. They can actually go to YouTube and do a search on Legends of Past and Future, and we'll pop up. And when you do that, they can subscribe, and then they'll see, excuse me, and they'll be notified each week when we have a show once they hit the notify button. But we're there. We're all over. We are growing rapidly. I'm so proud that we are able to make a difference, and that was my intent. My intent was to make a difference within the community, within a socially. Period. What we're doing now. We are trying to. The purpose behind the event that we had Saturday was to raise funds to pass out scholarship/internships, as well as to continue keeping the show going. So we did pretty good monetarily that night, where we're going to be giving out some scholars, or we may be able to pay, give a student some money. So it's tough when you're in college to live. Other than the cafeteria, you need stuff to live off of, right? So we want to be able to supply that monetarily. So it's going good, and we're pretty much reaching what we set out to reach, and the sky's the limit, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Now, what challenges have you faced as a first-time business owner, and how have you overcome them?
So honestly, it's will we be able to finance this? Software is expensive. Or will the people follow us? Will we have that? At one time it was moving pretty slow. A good friend of mine said, your numbers good, but the key is who's watching, because you may have that one who watches that will actually contact you and say, hey, we have different levels of sponsorship. You see, so we do have 3 sponsors, and we need more sponsors, or even donations. So that was my challenge. My challenge was receiving sponsorship and donations to continue with the show. You know, and you know, it's been coming around. You know, at the event, I was approached, and a lot of people said, "Well, you know what? I'm going to give you a nice, sizable donation to help you, because I believe in what you're doing for the community." And with the turnout that we had this past Saturday, it was just amazing. So I know the sky's the limit, and we are just really getting started to achieve what we want to achieve.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, this is a thinking question, so think about it. What are the top 3 things that you think a person needs to start a business? The top 3 things a person needs.
The first thing is, you know, we come up with these ideas, right? But we fail at executing. So number one, if you come up with it, execute it. Number two, we have to be consistent. You know, we become complacent and we lose our consistency. You know, and what I mean is, we have this show each Wednesday. Sometimes you don't feel like doing it, you know, but that word consistency comes out. You know, you have to understand the reason why you're doing it, understand your why, and then become more consistent with pushing it, right? And the third one is what I've always used to tell my soldiers, my government employee, and now I tell my team: never allow anyone to steal your motivation. You know, when you lose that motivation, you just lost your goal. You know, so you have to be motivated and remain motivated, consistent, and execute all of the time. You know, it can be tough, but you have to push through it. Yeah. You know,
now, how do you? Yes, sir.
It's like, you know, when you go to the gym. You know, you when you go to the gym, you know it's a certain thing you want to accomplish, right? So you're not going to accomplish it if you're not consistent with your mindset and want to achieve that. So, you know, you have to be consistent to achieve it. That's a mindset thing.
Being consistent is a mindset thing.
Absolutely.
Wow. Make up your mind. Follow through with your idea. Be consistent. And don't let anyone steal your motivation.
Don't do it. Yes.
Wow. So what keeps you motivated? What keeps you consistent? What keeps you going?
I think my granddaughter. I have 5 beautiful granddaughters.
5.
You know, and they keep me, you know, generational wealth is what it's all about. You know, and they keep me motivated, you know, every day that I go to sleep and wake up in the morning. You know, I just love it. I want them to have and to be able to enjoy. You know, I want to be the grandfather that they need, you know, that they look up to. You know, 2 of them asked me if I would take them to their daddy-daughter dance, right? In place of their father. So I'm going to do that next month. And that's what keeps me motivated, you know, my granddaughters.
That is so awesome. That is so awesome. I just want to thank you so much for your expertise. I want to thank you so much for your wisdom. I want to thank you so much for recognizing those around us, past, present, for the things that they have done and allowing us to know them. I do want to ask you one more time to tell us, how can we reach out to you? How can we get in contact with you? How can we watch your show? Please just remind us one more time.
So you can Google Legends from the Past and Future TV show. You can also do a search on YouTube for Legends from the Past and Future show. And it'll populate. Once that populates, subscribe to that show. All right. And I'm going to do what I don't normally do, but they can also call me 240-603-1743. You know, again, it's 240-603-1743. You know, I want to take you with me. I want to take you with me. You know, this has been a fun ride, and I don't want it to stop. I don't want to stop. And when it's time for me to stop, I want to be able to pass it down to one of my boys to continue it on. So, I just love people. I'm a people person. And
Yes, sir.
I just want to continue to honor and recognize the ones who are deserving of recognition and honor within my community, and not just my community, but it's worldwide. And that's what it's all about.
Yes, sir. It's worldwide. The sky is the limit. And you have dropped so many gems on us today. Thank you so much for coming. I want to say genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Once again, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App. That's $BBXUSA. Once again, that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors. That's NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation and Corporation, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them? if we don't speak up and get noticed. I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for the session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. We will be doing a fireside chat with Dr. Arnetta Rogers. Dr. Arnetta Rogers is a visionary business strategist, best-selling author, licensed cosmetologist, and founder of AR Consulting and InVibe Software, a firm dedicated to empowering professionals with sustainable systems, legacy wealth strategies, and digital transformation. I present to you Dr. Arnetta Rogers. Hello, doctor. How you doing today? You're well, you're well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I hear
for
you
having
now. I
me.
was like, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I have a few questions for you on today. I'm so excited to be talking to you, to get your skills and your knowledge and just to pull on all that wisdom.
Well, I'm
My
here for
first
it.
question for you is, what inspired you to launch your AR consulting, and what problem were you determined to solve?
Wow. AR Consulting was born out of the need, Jamila, to close the gap between passion and business proficiency. Reason being, I saw too many brilliant professionals, especially in the beauty industry and service industry, who were talented but lacked systems. And at one point, so did I. We lacked systems, structure, and financial planning to truly thrive. So I created AR Consulting to empower myself and others to operate like CEOs, not just creatives. So yeah, that's what inspired me to create something that would solve the issues and problems that I was having. So yeah.
I like how you said to empower others. A lot of times we just want to solve the problem, but not give someone a resource or show them how to solve it. I just want to solve it. So I like how you said to empower them.
Absolutely.
Now, how does AR Consulting differ from other consulting firms in terms of your approach and client outcomes?
Well, Jamila, we don't just consult, we partner. Our hands-on approach is customized. We have very customized solutions, and we incorporate, education, implementation, and elevation, right? We incorporate all of these things so that people can feel comfortable where they are in their growth element. So we build a infrastructure, if you will, with a blend of real world experience, regulatory insights, and digital optimization.
I like that. I like that.
Mhm.
Can you explain the meaning behind the name AR Consultant and what it represents?
Well, first, AR, those are my initials. So
Mhm.
it first stands for Arnetta Rogers, then alignment and results,
Mm.
period, right?
Yeah.
Alignment and results. We like to align your business vision with smart systems, legal legitimacy, and long-term strategies. Everything we do is rooted in measurable results. So that's what AR stands for.
Ooh, I like that. You got to put that on a shirt.
Think about that. That's
Yes, ma'am.
branding.
You got to put that on a shirt. That's a brand right there.
Yes, it is. Indeed. Thank you for that.
Now, what core services does AR Consultant offer?
Well, we of course we offer many services, but our core services um, is business structure consulting, retirement and insurance planning, digital transformation, even staffing solutions and lead generation. Those are our core uh, offers as it relates to AR consulting, because our ideal client is a passionate professional or business owner ready to scale smartly. Let me say that again. That's ready to scale smartly and build legacy wealth.
Yes, yes, yes.
Mhm.
Now, for some people who say, I think I'm your ideal client, what are the characteristics that they need to know that, yes, this is the right business for me, or yes, I am the right client for this business?
Well, first they have to have an I can and I will do type of mentality. They need to be passionate about their business
Mhm.
because although I could help you, um, formulate an actionable plan for you and your business, you have to want these things for yourself in your business. I can give you the blueprint and I can share with
Mhm.
you strategies on how to build a sustainable company. But if you don't want to put in the work, or if we schedule an appointment and you don't show up, right? This is time lost from
Mhm.
putting in the work and building what needs to be done for your business. So I would say a passionate person that is ready to scale their business and move in a legitimate manner.
Yes, ma'am. I like how you say passion, because some people have the I think I can, and they
Mhm.
might write it down, but then they don't have the passion or the want to or the work to. They
Yes.
want other people just to solve the problem. And we got to be passionate and we have to actually do the work.
We have to do the work.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone who speaks with me or sit down and have a conversation with me in their consultations, one of the first things I ask them is, are you ready to do the work? That's period. Because I can't do it for you. I've done my work and I'm still
Mm.
doing my work because it's never
Yes.
ending.
Yes.
But if you work with me, you'll definitely get the tools and the systems that you need in order to put your business in that space that you want to be in. But when I give you an assignment to do, it is to grow your business. I'm
Mhm.
just not giving you an exercise to do. That
Mhm.
exercise is going to be on leveling your business up to the next level. So if you're ready to work, I'm your girl.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now, how do you help businesses identify and fix blind spots in their operations or growth strategy?
How do I help businesses identify and fix blind spots? Well, we conduct a holistic business audit to uncover financial, operational, and branding blind spots. From there, we craft a tailored action plan, integrating systems like the Envibe software and other systems that I use to track your performance and, plug those gaps, pretty fast. So, yeah, that's what we do. We do an audit. We uncover some things. And then we share with you through an actionable plan how you can integrate systems to make them work better for you. And if you have a team, that's even better, right? But even if you're working as a solopreneur, I've been there. I know where to start with you, meet you where you are, and then help you to scale. Everyone is not the same in their business. And we all know that. And as many coaches and consulting firms out here. So you really just have to find someone that you feel comfortable with, that you like, know, and trust, that you can feel free to be who you are and share those, I guess, for lack of a better word, secrets. Because we don't like to, get naked, if you will. But that's what doing an audit is about. You have to be able to trust me so that I can help you uncover those things that you need help with.
Yes, ma'am. Now, what's one consulting strategy you've implemented that created transformational results for a client?
Oh, wow. I love this. I'm glad that you asked that question. I love that you did. One client in particular, she went from she's in the Silver Spring area here in Maryland. She went from being I want to say underinsured and understaffed. And I wouldn't call her a solopreneur because she had a sustainable business. She just wasn't operating in a legitimate way in terms of having her systems in place, owning in the way that she should. We made sure she was connected with, group benefits for her staff, retirement plans in place. We built standard operating procedures and helped her business registration and her automated booking and recording systems. And so, still to this day, she thanked me because she had a lot of the tools. She just didn't know how to use them, and she didn't know where to put them in its proper order, so that she could feel efficient and be the boss that she knows she was meant to be. Because when you operate in efficiency, you gain credibility and respect from those who are watching you. But if they see you are all over the place, because let's face it, we are creatives. A lot of entrepreneurs, whether we come from the beauty industry or any other industry, we are creatives. And so it may appear that we are all over the place to others until they get to know who you are, your business, and how you could help them. And so, yeah, we helped her to do that. And ultimately, she won Best Maryland Business in Montgomery County. best business in Montgomery County. And so I'm particularly proud of that.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, I've been listening to you talk as far as consulting and you having to audit and you have to point out, the blind spots or what I would say weaknesses to other companies. How do you point that out and then give them a strategy? Because a lot of people are stuck in their ways or they're fearful of change. So how do you come in and say, this is the new way to do it? This works.
Well, again, at first I give them the audit. We have the consultation, and then I give them the audit day one, right? I send them an exercise that I have called Declutter Your Mind.
Wow.
Yeah. And it literally gives them the opportunity to see if this is what I really want to do. Yes, I had this bright idea. Yes, I even started this business. But when I see the work that needs to be done to sustain this business, do I really want to do this? So I do that first. I have the consultation. I give them that audit, and that lets me know if they're serious or not, right? Are you ready to do this work? Because when they complete that declutter your mind exercise, it actually gives them an actionable plan, right? They'll know what they need to do next. And then from there, of course, it's the next exercise. And it's not many exercises, but it is a combination of the work that must be done at the foundational level in order for you to stand on business. Right. And so, people like to use that term, but I use it to literally stand on the legitimacy of your business, the foundation of your business. So then we go from there into integrating your CRMs and automating things that will help you be efficient and proficient with connecting and nurturing your clients. Because the little black book is just not going to do it anymore. We're in a digital world.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so I, show my clients how to show up and nurture their clients, be professional, and have credibility.
I like how you say it's a step-by-step process. Because a lot of times people just throw everything at them. Just go do this. But I like how you say, examine yourself first. Do you want to do this? Why did you do this? Let's unclutter some things. Let's go over why did you start? Where's your passion? So I love that about that. Oh, that's a nugget right there. That is a great nugget. Yes, ma'am. How do you use technology and automation to optimize your client success?
Well, we integrate, the CRMs. We automate follow-ups. We create data dashboards using, specific tools. Because I have access to tools that, others may not have access to. And like I said before, it's not everyone doesn't have a cookie cutter business. We are creatives. We are unique in what we do. So I find out, what that is, what means the most to you, where you're most passionate, how you want to serve your client, so that I can save you time, boost your engagement, and give the clients the real-time clarity on performance and the leads that they may have in their business.
Now, do you have some key automation programming that you use?
I do. I do. One of them, and this is a nugget. This is a gem, right? And I like to share. I see the sun coming in here. You see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. I I'm not going to say I'm reluctant to share live because I like for people to get the instruction. And I don't want them to look for these tools and try to operate without any education on,
Yes.
how to use them. So I would say one of them is Invibe software. Another CRM is Builderall. So I will, share that with you. And I have a couple of others that are more of my elite that I cannot share on the air because, yeah, you have to definitely pay to get to that level of information.
Yes,
Uh,
ma'am.
but I will share with you Invibe software because it helps you to manage your business in a legitimate way. It is a very robust system, but it also has a app. We also have, an app that's user friendly that you don't have to be where you don't have to be connected to the desktop. You could be on the go with it, right? But I have heard in the past people say, I'm not at that level yet, right? So to those people, I say use the app. Use the app and then grow from the app into the desktop because the desktop you can use franchises. And one of our largest clients is the Jamaica Resorts. Okay, who use that system and they have franchises. So you can operate as a solopreneur and you can grow and scale as long and as wide as you would like because the system holds unlimited information. And so yeah, definitely. And then of course we need our CRMs. There are many different types of CRMs, but yeah, the one that I use works well for myself and my clients because it helps them still to scale and to grow a great deal before they get to that larger company and may have to use Salesforce or that type of CRM. But yeah, I would say those two for now. But if you would like to know more, I definitely have what you need in my arsenal. You just have to invest in yourself and we can grow.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for those tools. And I like how you said that you need to learn about your tools because a lot of times we have a lot of tools, but we don't learn how to use them or how to put it to work. So I like how you said learn how to use your tools.
Yeah,
So don't just take the
absolutely.
knowledge, research, study.
Oh, you have to. There's always a learning curve with most of what we do, right? But again, our attention span is short. We want it quick. We're busy looking at others and their level of growth, or we look at our age and we say, hey, I should be here. I should have been there 10 years ago. Well, the fact remains that you are not there and you start from where you are and you work your way out. You educate yourself, you listen, and you just work. And before you know it, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I've done this much work, right?
Yes.
And so I would say stay the course and stay on your path and take one step at a time and keep it moving.
Yes, ma'am. Work the process.
Work the
Go through the
process.
process and you
That's
will
it.
get the lesson. I like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how does AR Consultant support beauty professionals and industry specific entrepreneurs in building sustainable wealth?
Well, great question. We educate them on the business side, retirement accounts, legal protections, health benefits, credit, and insurance. And let me take that back. Not so much credit. When you do all of these things and have certain things in order, because credit is not my expertise. However, I do have collaborations and partnerships that I bring in to help you in that area. So that's what I mean when I say credit. But my focus is, to educate them on the business side of things with, having the protections and insurances in place and providing systems to help manage all of that efficiently, because wealth is planned, not accidental.
Say that one more time.
Wealth is planned, not accidental. And which is very important, because we think we're going to stumble and fall on $1 million. No, it takes years to build a company. It takes years to build wealth. So those of you who are out there listening to people saying that they make this happen overnight, they just woke up and now they're making $100,000 a month. Don't believe the hype. It just doesn't happen that way. You have to put in the work. No one knows your vision like you. No one is going to work your vision like you. So continue to stay on the path and do the work. And if you need help doing so, I'm here. I'm here for you.
Yes, yes. I like how you said that wealth is planned.
Oh, yeah.
So we got to write out our business plans. We got to write out our visions. We got to write out our goals. And a lot of times people just jump in feet first, and then they're like, what do I do now?
I mean, just really be all over the place. There is a method to the madness. And you have to understand too, people, their net work is their net worth. And so, and I say that because I have a large network. And so when you're meeting with me, you're meeting with my network. And, if you speak with someone about Dr. Arnetta Rogers, they're going to tell you, oh, that's one resourceful girl. From family to friends to, business professionals that I work with and deal with, they call me because they know that they can get answers. And sometimes I'm an open book. I know what's to be paid for and what's not to be paid for, but I share a lot. And because I want to see people grow, I want them to feel empowered. I want them to get energized, to want to do the work, because together we could do so much. Right? So if you have your team and I have my team and I'm working to help you to become better, we can expedite and 10x it with, without a problem. So yeah, I would say, let's go.
Yes, let's go. So your network is your net worth.
Absolutely.
So a lot of times people like to go just alone and say, I don't have a network. It's just me. I can do it by myself. But I just learned today that you got to have a team.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I understand the mindset of some people who feel like they want to do it alone. And I say to those people, I understand it because I've been there. It's been years ago, but I understand that mindset because it can get tricky out here at any level. People are not always on the up and up. Their work ethic, their business ethic, and it's not where you would expect it to be when they are showing up at a certain level. So, that's just fear. And we should fear nothing or no one, but you know who. Right.
Yes,
and so I would say, yeah, eliminate that, because you can't be successful by yourself. You need a customer. Okay, that's number one.
Yes.
And what if that customer tells another customer and you start to grow? You have to have the proper systems and tools in place to be able to grow with you. You don't want to stay a mom and pop forever. Okay. And being alone, you're always going to do the work, and you're never going to grow outside of that box. And in this digital age as well, people don't like to come on screen. They don't like to, they hide behind, oh, I'm a behind the scenes person. That was me.
Yes.
Yeah, that was me. But I'm very comfortable now because I know what I'm talking about. I have the credentials to back it up, and I've done the work, and I have testimonies to prove that. And so, yeah, I would say just take that leap, get you a good mentor, and educate yourself, and show up.
Fear.
That's what it is.
That's
It's
the big
fear.
thing. Fear.
At the core, that's exactly what it is.
Wow. We have to transition to no longer self, no longer fear, but go forth. We're going through the process, and we're going to have better.
Yeah, because people need what you have.
Yes.
That's what you have to know and understand. If you have a vision, you are that one that has that vision. It may look similar than like someone else's vision, because you have many different restaurants. You have many different salons and barbershops, but what sets you apart from the rest? So understanding what you bring to the table is what it should be driving you. So yeah, that's what I say about that.
Yes, ma'am. All this has brought me to this question. How does AR Consultant blend purpose, profit, and community impact in its approach?
How does AR Consulting blend purpose?
Yes. Profit and community impact in its approach?
Great question. And I love it. We teach clients how to lead with purpose, which comes off the heel of the last question, right?
Yes.
We teach clients how to lead with purpose, structure for profit, and give back through mentorship, community, education. And now I'm planning a nonprofit organization. So I would add non-profit initiatives, like educational efforts. With my nonprofit, I will have transportation and beauty combined, right? That is what's going to set me apart from the rest. What purpose comes out of that, and the passion that comes from that, is my brother was killed in a car accident. He was killed by a speeding vehicle coming from the subway station. And one of the things that we did not have in this area coming from that subway, the road that he was trying to cross, there's no transportation coming from that area. It is, but it's not. It's not for us. And so, many have tried to travel that road, and many were injured. It wasn't until my own brother was killed that I saw that there were 100 victims who had either was injured or had passed trying to get across that same road, which of course fueled fire in me, because now, wow, I'm really having a conversation where I can speak about it and not be in tears. But that is something that fueled me to create a nonprofit where I could merge transportation and delivering that service and beauty, where we could, have, beauty events or workshops, people coming off the subway that could get a haircut or, buy beauty products. I just needed to combine the two. And I know that kind of went out of the way, but I was speaking to the blending the purpose of why and how AR consulting, blends purpose with profit and community. So yeah.
Now, how does AR consulting help clients transition from hustle to structure, systems, and success?
Can you repeat that?
How does AR consulting help clients transition from hustle to structure, systems, and success?
I would say through our proprietary success mapping process that we use, which starts with the decluttering your mind. We help clients build digital operations and automating their tasks and outsourcing smartly, so that they can focus on what really moves the needle, right? So yeah, I would say that's how we help them transition from hustle to structure systems, by using our proprietary success mapping process.
Yes. Now, what are your short-term and long-term goals for AR consulting in the next 3 to 5 years?
Well, I love that question too, because I don't intend on going anywhere, right? So I would say my short-term partnerships are with schools, beauty schools, and even educational schools, because I work with public schools as well, the government and corporations.
Nice. I love that you work with everybody. Like, there's no limit.
No.
So we got to take our limits off of what we do, because some people will just say, I came from this background, I just want to work with these type of clients. But we have to expand our horizons. We have to talk to people outside our box.
Yes, but that comes with time. That comes with time, and it comes with feeling comfortable with the knowledge that you have, that you could share with others. Because again, you can't expand to something that you know nothing about. And sometimes you have to be at a certain level and then go to the next. And then God, he'll send you the direction that he wants you to go in. If you asked me 10 years ago, did I know I would be standing right here doing what I'm doing in business at AR Consulting? I would tell you no, because I didn't. I had to experience it first. I had to do the work first. And then he brings you the next level as you grow and progress. You take one, he'll take 2 and 3, and voila, you're here.
So don't rush the process.
Don't, just do the work, because he's going to bring you more work. He's going to bring you the people that are supposed to be in your space. He's going to tell you who not to work with, and who to work with. The key is to be ready. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready, because opportunity will await. Now, really quickly, I've missed many opportunities not being ready. And it's always that one opportunity that you miss that you say, if I just had it together, that's the one that it puts that battery in your back and say, you'll never catch me off guard again, because I'm going to always be ready. And so, yeah, stay ready so you don't have to get ready, because when opportunity comes a knocking, you want to be able to walk right through that door.
You have gave some valuable nuggets on today. I like how you said stay in your own path. Don't look to the left or the right. Stay in your own path. I like how you say stay ready, so you don't have to get ready.
That's right.
And then go through the process.
Go through the process.
Just do the work and go through the process.
Yeah, and I'll be telling you a story if I didn't tell you it was going to be hard. It is hard, but your passion will fuel you and give you what you need to keep going. So yeah, so just don't quit, because things happen, life happens, but keep going, because the reward on the other end is so much greater.
Yes, that's great words. Now, how can listeners connect with AR Consultant, and what's the best way to get started?
Well, you can reach me in a number of ways. I have about 3 websites. AR Consulting, AR Consulting. I was going to say I'll leave it in the chat, but I'll leave it on my page for sure. But you can reach me at A Rogers AR consulting builderallsite.com. Okay, so that's with AR Consulting. And I need to get a shorter link. I'm going to do that today. But just know you can reach me there. You can reach me also at MyBMF Solutions. That's MYBMFsolutions.com. You can reach me at those 2 places. And my number is 866-357-5337. And you can reach me directly there. You can click number 1. You can reach Chief of Operations. That would be me. And it'll bring you directly to me. So, yeah, there are a number of ways.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arnetta, for coming. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for showing all your expertise. I just want to remind you that genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors. That's NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6. And then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting. And she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience?
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Our speaker is Jeremy Newkirk. Jeremy Newkirk is a dynamic social entrepreneur and tech architect known for his signature question, "How may I help you?" He managed billion-dollar tech and business projects, influenced politicians, educators, entertainers, Fortune 500 leaders, and governments worldwide. I present to you Jeremy Newkirk.
Hello, how you doing, Jamila?
Hello, Jeremy. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. Nice to meet you and see you.
Nice to meet you. I have so many questions for you.
Let's get to it.
Okay, the first question is, with so many successful business ventures, what got you started in business?
My family. I literally just had this conversation. I was in Washington, D.C. Metro visiting my aunt, unfortunately, who has cancer at the moment. And some of my relatives came up from North Carolina, where I'm originally from. And we were talking about the spirit of entrepreneurship and how it just is so vibrant in our family. From my mother's side and my father's side, I just grew up around a bunch entrepreneurs. Last name, which is Newkirk Chapel, just because it was so many thriving Black-owned businesses. Whether it was my uncle owned a repair shop, my grandparents owned a farm, my other uncle owned a construction business, my father owned businesses, landscaping, electrical, HVAC, and so I just grew up around a bunch of entrepreneurs. I was not privileged to lay in the bed all day in the morning. I had to get up early in the morning. My mother actually woke me up around 4:30, 5 o'clock every morning, which is something I still traditionally do to this day to get my day started and prepared. And so I just grew up around a lot of entrepreneurs. And like I told my dad just this morning, we was talking on the phone, I said, I've never not known what it feels like to get up and get what you want. So I was taught to get up in the morning and go after what you want. And to me, that's the spirit of entrepreneurship.
Wow. Get up and go get what you want.
Absolutely. Go
Not
get
ask
it.
somebody to bring it to you.
Oh, no, we don't work like that.
Go get it. I like
Go
that.
get it.
That's a
why
whole nugget.
Yeah, my signature line is "Let's get it." You know, everybody know me for saying that all the time. Let's get it, because it's up to us to go get it. It's not for us to wait for handouts or somebody to hand us something. You have to wake up in the day that you wake up into and go get it. You have to.
You have to. I like that. I like that. Now I read in the bio that you were known for asking, "How may I help you?" Where did that mindset come from, and how has it shaped your journey?
My grandmother, my mother's mom, Miss Bessie Ruth Melvin Newkirk, God bless her and rest her soul. She was one of the cooks at my middle school from 3rd to 8th grade. And she just instilled in me service. That was one of her, signature lines is, how may I help you? And so I think we've gotten away from that. If you look at, where we are as a society, it's all about me, instant gratification. And people forget to ask that one question, how may I help you? I was also taught by one of my lawyers a long time ago. He was like, if you ever get in front of somebody that's supposed to be servicing you and they don't ask, how may I help you first, you probably need to get up and walk out the door. True. Because we're here to serve. As entrepreneurs, your main focus should be to serve, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to serve the general public and the people at large that are here to participate in our products and services as entrepreneurs into our innovation. So our main focus should be service. And I don't think that, we do that enough, or we think along those lines enough.
I like how you said we're here to serve. You don't hear that nowadays. You don't see that because customer service is gone.
Well, it's in the hands of AI.
True. Now, what inspired you to build Be Official Management Group and its diverse portfolio for companies?
It came from, the name came from, I used to own a sneaker store in Atlanta, Georgia, co-owned, or my cousin, God bless his soul and rest in peace in him. We're about the same age. We went to the Navy together, just my best friend. And he moved to Atlanta after the Navy with his mom, and I moved to the Washington, D.C. area. But long story short, he started a sneaker company down in Atlanta. And he asked me to help him, from my business perspective, run it and grow it with him. And so I did. So I started going to Atlanta. And when I got there, I used to always say, man, these folks ain't official. Like, they want to cut the corners and, scam. And I'm like, nah, this ain't official. And so I used to always scream, be official, be official, be official. And me being in tech, I looked that URL up going on 20 years ago, possibly.
Wow.
And I saw that the URL, and I'm all about virtual real estate, even, being in tech, it's all about virtual real estate. And I've been, preaching and teaching virtual real estate and the power of virtual real estate and being able to park your content online. I've been, if you know me, I've been talking about this for at least 2 decades. And so I said, I'm going to buy that URL, because imagine having a billboard to just say be official. Everybody says that. I mean, I don't know nobody that don't say be official. Sometime in their day, it's like, man, they use the word official. And so I was shocked that Be Official was actually a URL. So it really just started with me registering that URL. But then as I, started to venture into different things, I made that my management holding company. And so Be Official became my management holding company, Be Official Management Group. And so that's always been the holding company for all the assets and other joint ventures and things that I get into. And it just morphed. And so now I'm kind of known for JB Official, or Mr. B Official is what most people call me now.
Mr. B Official.
It's starting to be a little household name and joke amongst my friends in Hollywood and so forth. So
I like that. Be Official. Now I know you got some shirts made, something.
Hats. Yeah, I got some stuff coming.
Good.
I was just telling my son I made a Be Official hat that everybody always asking me about with New Era, and I said I'm gonna sell it for $150. He said $150. I said absolutely, because it's official.
Well, there you go.
You can't use that name nowhere else. So.
True.
I definitely own it.
That is true. Now, how do you balance being a tech architect, business strategist, and social entrepreneur all at once? That's a lot.
I always tell people, if you love what you do, it's nothing to balance. It's like asking the kid, how do you go outside and play basketball, kickball, football, and play in the dirt and on the swings and the jungle gym all in one park setting? We don't ask kids how they do that all in one setting, and they tend to do it. They get to the park, they play in the sandbox, they play on the jungle gym, they play on the monkey bars, they might stop and go shoot 5 minutes, 10 minutes of basketball. They come back and they enjoy the park. So life is like a park, right? If you really enjoy your life, if you really enjoy what you do, you really don't see it as work. It's nothing to balance. It's just something that I love to do. I love being an entrepreneur. I love tech. I love helping people and serving people. So that's my nonprofit thought process. I grew up where mentors are so rare but so needed. So it doesn't make any sense not to give back to the community that gave to me. I wouldn't have no skills if I didn't have mentors in my life, from my family members and other people that came into my life that saw value in me in the future, not in the current state that I was in, but actually saw further than I saw, and saw that I was intelligent enough to reach goals. And so I always credit myself and say I wasn't that hard-headed as a kid. I made decisions to get me here. So those decisions were made based out of just having fun with life. And that's all I've always been known to do, is just have a lot of fun with what I'm doing and just enjoy every moment of it. And, stay away from a lot of TV and social media that has you scrolling, doing nothing. I just believe in being very productive with my time. They say time equals money, but I disagree. Time does not equal money. Time is way more valuable than money. You can always replace money, but you can't replace time.
Mm-hmm. So your balance is your passion. When you're passionate about something, you'll live it, you'll breathe it, and then you're also replicate it. So you're able to be a mentor. Wow.
Yep. I like how you said it. If you're passionate about something, it drives everything. I believe passion just drives everything that an individual do. When you're passionate about it, it's nothing. It's not work. I just don't believe that things that you're passionate about is work.
Mm-hmm. Now, you've worked with everyone from Fortune 500 leaders to Grammy-winning entertainers. How do you approach relationship building across industries?
Oh, man, I'm going to keep it real with you. Someone just asked me this question. I mean, I get asked a lot of questions, and it was like, Jeremy, how do you stay busy? I said, well, when I wake up in the morning, my phone probably already rang 2 or 3 times before I woke up. I actually get woken up to phone calls and text messages. So how I do it is my name get passed around a lot. I haven't been one to really solicit. I always tell people when I was growing up, I always just wanted to be real excellent at what I do. And to be excellent at what you do, you have to put the work in. You have to practice. You have to get up and, like we said earlier, get to it and go for what you know. So my name just get passed around in a lot of industries. And because I do have a business degree and a tech degree, because I love both. I love business and tech. And then I've always, as a hobby, dipped in music and entertainment and stuff like that. So I've never, ever really solicit. My phone rings and I answer. And, if the energy matches, I, have meetings. And then before I know it, I'm helping people solve problems or building solutions for them, or, doing some type of venture. So it's always just been about being naturally who I am and just engaging with the thought process of serving people. And so I feel like that's the key to it, is when you have the heart to serve and you're passionate, and people know you have a heart to serve and you're passionate, and then you're excellent at what you do. You can't help but, meet people and run into the Dr. Kellys and the Jamilas and the Dariuses and, the amazing people out here that's actually doing the work.
Mm-hmm. Someone told me that your gift always make room for you. So
absolutely.
Your passion, your gift is always going to show up. It's always going to shine bright. And it's always going to be authentic. So people are attracted to authenticity. They're attracted to real.
Absolutely.
So I like that about you, about relationship building. It's just about my gift. It's just about your passion. It's just about what you love to do. So other people are always going to talk about you because they're going to say, oh, he passionate about it. Oh, he getting the job done. So I like that. I like that. Now, what are some of the biggest lessons you learned managing billion-dollar projects?
The biggest lesson I've learned is communication. I'm big on communication. I feel like that is the number one skill of all the skills in the universe. And why do I say that? Well, if we can't communicate, there's no relationship, and there's no relationship if we can't relate. And I can't relate to you if I don't know how to communicate with you. So, in order to
say that
build
one more
relationships,
time. You got to slow that down and say that one more time, because I don't think we caught that. One more time.
Yeah, communication is the number one skill in the universe. I mean, in order to communicate, you have to have a relationship, but only to have a relationship, you have to relate. The root word of relationship is relate. So if you can't relate, I can't communicate. And if we don't communicate, there's no business that can be had. Not only is there's no business that can be made, there's no society. So, I mean, communication is the number one skill to be able to open up doors, move things forward, anything positive or anything talking about building, you have to have some type of communication. And I just love being able to communicate with people from all backgrounds and nationalities and cultures. You know, being in the military, traveling around the world as a young man, I saw a lot of cultures and I dealt with a lot of people growing up in urban America and then, you know, moving into corporate America. And then, of course, being, you know, unapologetically Black, right? The lay of the land is, you know, easy for me to navigate and talk and, you know, deal with so many different diverse backgrounds that communication definitely is going to be the number one key to be able to sit down with, you know, a student. I might wake up in the morning and I got to talk to a 14, 15-year-old who just, you know, things are going over their head. And I always say it's math when it comes to our young people. What do you mean by that? I can't put my age into a 14-year-old, but I could put my 14-year-old mentee into my age, right? It divides properly. So I, as a mentor, should be able to absorb and take on the things that these mentees need. And I think a lot of times that we don't take interest enough, and that's where the word, you know, interest, being able to have interest in these individuals and young people, that you can absorb and take on what their interests are and not so much put your interest on them. And then whether it's taking interest of young people or going to sit, you know, with a senator or a mayor or even, you know, someone in the president administration, it's the same thing. It's the same concept. It's leading with taking interest at heart, right? You have to be interested in the things that you're talking about. You have to be interested in the things that other people are talking about. I know what I want out of the deal, but what do you want out of the deal? And being able to take interest in that and have a passion about other people's interests genuinely, and being able to do that, you know, it just works magic. It allows you to be able to go back to what I said. You can relate to them now, you can build relationships with them now, and then you understand how to communicate with them. And once you understand how to communicate with people and how to relate to people, it's just magic.
Wow. Communicate.
Communication, absolutely.
I know everybody looking around like, no, I thought I needed to learn how to be an entrepreneur. But the first thing is communicating. Because you have to be able to relate, like you said. And a lot of times we don't want to communicate, or we don't want to listen, or we don't want to be in the room with that person because that person don't look like us, or we don't want to be in the room with that person because that person don't sound like us. But I have to have a passion to relate to you, to find out what you have to offer me or what I have to offer you. Absolutely. Communicate. That's key.
I mean, we have our own perception and perspectives of how things should be. But if you take the perspective approach, you put yourself in the glass half full, because your perception may not be what somebody's perspective really is. So to be able to look at other people's perspective and then take interest in their perspective of how they are thinking and what they have going on in their lives, it just makes it even more easier to relate and communicate and build and foster relationships.
That is so true. Now, where did you find a love for technology?
My father. I mean, he bought me a Commodore 64. He used to come home with the, you know, when I stayed with him in the summers, with the static electric wristbands. I used to wear them thinking they was, you know, art. And then he used to take me around and show me different things with electricity and electronics. And then, it amazed me that I could, put a little 5 1/4 floppy disk, and I can get on there and write some code, and I can make the computer do all these different things. I thought it was very fascinating when I was a child. And I always said, this is what I wanted to do. I've never not really known what I wanted to do, meaning I've always known what I wanted to do since I was a little boy. Like, I'm talking 6, 7 years old. I just knew I wanted to do something with electronics, something with writing. I mean, I love to write. I love electronics. And I just always knew I wanted to own my own business. Like, I didn't see myself, working as an employee, even though I have worked as an employee, but I always call myself an entrepreneur on the job. That's just one client. Yet I serve maybe 7, 8 hours out of the day. But, being in the military, understanding there's 24 hours in a day. And if you look at 8 hours out of 24 hours, it's way more time for you to do what you want to do for yourself than the time that you actually give to an employee. So we need to cut that out. A lot of times we just not productive with our time. We don't value our time. And you could put 2 8-hour days in, that's 16 hours. And guess what? You still have 8 hours of sleep.
True.
Yep.
You good at math.
You can literally put 4 hours in, 8 hours into an employee, which is what I did, and put another 4 hours in for yourself, and you still now got 12 more hours to either 4 hours to do what you need to do and 8 hours of sleep. But if you like me, I don't purpose my day of sleeping. I purpose my day of working.
That's true. Me too. Now, what would you encourage business owners to focus on as they grow their business from a technology perspective?
Man, the number one thing that's happening right now is AI. If you ain't on top of that, man. It's just real. It's like when the internet first happened, right? The people that understood the internet and understood how to build platforms, yours truly, I understood the internet back then. That's why, I made my mark in the entertainment space. I'm known for helping a DJ go viral, off the internet, way back in, almost 20 years ago. And trying to get people to understand that it was a digital revolution coming. And if you don't understand, shame on you a little bit, because now, instead of scrolling on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter for the latest gossip, you should be using these platforms to be productive. Thus, my nonprofit, Go Virtual Green, is to be green online, to be productive online, refresh your mind online, right? And so that's what I teach them and teach our youth, how to be productive online, how to refresh our mind online. And I've been doing that for over 2 decades. And so it's just a new wave. AI is, just, if you can't understand how robotics and AI and how it's collecting data from us every day from social media and all this stuff, and it's causing us to have a digital revolution like never before, as it relates to automating things and doing things faster and getting information to end users faster, customers faster. They're making smarter decisions and informed decisions about buying and about the services that they use and choose, and having insight that customers didn't have before, right? And getting service 24 hours a day, being able to learn 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then being able to take the information and automate it. I mean, I use Copilot, which is built on ChatGPT through Microsoft, and I could write a business plan in probably 2 hours or less, and then I could spin up a website for a customer in probably the same another 4 hours using AI. And then I could take one of my influencers in the next 2 hours to tell them to promote this business, and then the same day we could raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for a customer that just had an idea when they talked to me that morning. And that's how fast that the rate of creating businesses and deploying businesses into the marketplace, the digital marketplace, and using e-commerce and blockchain technology as it relates to taking payments and stuff like that, and then being able to use AI to market your business 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I can get a name, image, and likeness contract with, let's say, one of my favorite superstars and say, hey, look, I can use your voice, I can use your name, and I can use your image, and then I can put that in the AI, and I can create an avatar, right? And I can take his voice and I can let AI, listen to that voice pattern, and then I can use his voice pattern on any information I want to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All I got to do is take and write it and say, hey, AI, read it in, one of my celebrity friends' voice, and then I can take his likeness and I can create a CGI bot that looks just like him. And now I'm marketing 10, 20, 30, 100 different ways, saying what I want to say to my customer base using somebody's name, image, and likeness, right? And I think that's why we move towards we give it NILs to athletes at a very younger age, right? Because name, image, and likeness in the digital world is so powerful, and to be able to use AI to empower name, image, and likeness and market to our customers and market our businesses 24 hours a day. But hold on, not just here in the United States, globally, because now we're a globally connected world. So I can use a celebrity's name, image, and likeness, or my own name, image, and likeness, do a bunch of CGI voiceovers and other things like that, and market, and then use AI to create all these different marketing scenarios that I can cook up, and then I can program them to, hey, do this on social media at this time, do this on TikTok at this time, do this on Facebook at this time. And I can load up all these different campaigns and direct them to my checkout, right? And then I could be checking out in Ghana, I could be checking out in Nigeria, I could be checking out in France, I could be checking out in Cuba, I can be checking out in Florida. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, people can be using my checkout, right, and purchasing my products and services. So if you are not getting with that and you think it's just all about brick and mortar and a traditional way of marketing and running your business, then that's why you see these 18-year-olds who are millionaires now. You know what I mean? They're saying they're not going to school and they're not going to work because they realize that, hey, they are the ones that's using AI. I have 2 sons and they live by it. They just do. And so if we're not keeping up with that flow and thought process, then it's going to be trouble.
Let's get into it. Get into that AI.
Have to. Yep. Have to get it. If you're not getting into it, you need to have somebody on your team that knows how to put you into it.
True. So true. So true. Now, what are some of the most successful technology projects that you are working on?
Oh man. From a corporate business standpoint of view, I've worked on a lot of projects in the past. I've helped the Department of State build a digital passport. I worked for Andrew Corporation, which was Grayson Wireless. We helped build GPS and cell phones. I had a deal with Sony Music Entertainment where we built some platforms over there. Again, I helped some artists go viral. But more importantly, my own platform, Cover 360, that I'm building now today to help young entrepreneurs. And going back to what I said, being able to take an idea and make it successful and, rocket speed time. You don't have to work 6 months and go through all this, registering process. If you can do all that stuff with AI in a day, you can spin up a website almost in a day, and you can get to marketing your products and services and have influencers marketing your products and services. And they never even have to do nothing but record their voice for probably a minute. And then I could take their voice. I don't even need them to step in the studio. I don't need them to make no type of appearances. I can use all their name and likenesses and images, and I can spin all the different types of marketing and stuff up in a day. So being able to achieve all that and understand how all that works and then deploy it for my clients, to me, that is the greatest achievement, especially, being, again, unapologetically Black and, working in this space for as long as I have and understanding the different technologies, but then being able to also each one teach one, right? Being able to give back this knowledge to, young Black entrepreneurs, and just not Black entrepreneurs, but, entrepreneurs as a whole.
Now, I heard you mention your business, Cover 360. Explain to us what exactly is Cover 360.
Cover 360 is an entrepreneurship platform. that focuses on taking ideas from, its infancy stage all the way to full scale businesses using AI and our 7 different pathways of entrepreneurship that I created through this toolkit called the I2B toolkit. I2B standing for idea to business. And so we feel like we could take an idea to business fairly easy. Cover 360 is also known for the app that pays, because the minute you join our network, you start getting paid, and paid not in the sense of cash. I think we have to really, especially as Black entrepreneurs, stop putting so much emphasis on cash, right? Because to me, money is the end result of power. Money is not power. Money is the end result of power. From a scientific standpoint of view, power is the ability to do. So if you don't have any power to do, you're not getting any cash.
Well,
so power is what we really should be seeking, and that's the ability to do. Whether you have a skill, you have some knowledge, you have some information, you have resources and connections. We don't focus on the 5 scarce resources that make up, the marketplace economics, which is, information, technology, resources, connections, and money. And so we have to focus on all of those things and be able to reward and compensate, young entrepreneurs with all of those things. I ask a lot of my clients and members, they ask for money, and I say, hey, what do you need the money for? And a lot of them don't really know. And then a lot of them need the money for labor. So I always say, well, hey, look, if I barter with you and get people to actually do the labor part, right? And you willing to split equity, with the people that's performing the labor, do you actually need any money? No, you do not. Why? Because what your really principal resource that you need is somebody with a skill and some information that can do some work for you. And so labor is the principal thing, right? Not money. Labor is the principal thing. Money is just a note to pay for the labor that you're trying to get to employ into your business to establish it as a system that then can be repetitively repeated in a marketplace to generate revenue or money, right? But without the labor, the information, the resources, and the connections, those other things that's very essential, and the tools, right, that skillful people use to actually generate, revenue. Without all those things, there is no revenue, right? And if you look at money in a marketplace, you look up the true value of money. Money is not worth much at all, right? Because it's just a depository note or promissory note, right? The principal thing is the labor. And so we've been tricked a lot out of our money, thinking that money is what it is, when really we should, be bartering with each other, networking with each other. I always believe that, walking in a room with people and not really understanding what the people in the room do is kind of a waste of walking in the room. You know what I mean? So my goal is to always explore the room, see who's in the room, what skills that match my goals, and what skills I have that match their goal, and how do I create a true equilibrium between buyer and seller. Buyer and seller doesn't necessarily mean I'm selling them something as it relates to a physical product. I might be selling them my communication skills. I might be selling them my tech skills. I might be selling them, other things that they need to empower their goals and visions. And vice versa. They might be selling other things that I need to buy outside of a product or service to empower my goal and vision. So the goal truly, again, is communicating, relating to people, and building relationships with people, understanding what value those individuals bring to the table, and then being able to sit down to the table, create an equilibrium between the buyers and sellers that's sitting at the table. And through that equilibrium, create a supply and demand scenario where people demand what we're offering to them, and thus create a marketplace for us to do business and generate money.
It's the principle that counts. It's
all
the
day.
labor that counts.
All day long. It's the principal thing.
Yes. Now, do you see Cover 360? Do you see this as a U.S. product or international product?
Oh, it's definitely global. It's no way. You're talking to a technologist, so there's no walls. The internet doesn't know any walls. It's all around. I always tell people, if you could put on some real glasses that you could see data flying over your head, you'll be amazed of all the data that's flying around your head in the world. And so, to think that it's just US based, you would have to take away the power of the internet.
That's so true. Now, I heard that you have a reality show called Six Figure Makeover. Now, how did that come about?
I hired my young son at the age of 16 about 5 years ago and told him I need my platform to be more engaging. And, long story short, he was like, Dad, you guys are already doing makeovers worth 6 figures or more on your clients. I think you should create a reality show to just show them what you and your partners are already doing. And I was like, don't tell nobody else. And so that's how Six Figure Makeover was born. I always believed that, $1 million when I was growing up just seemed astronomical, right? It's just saying unattainable. Again, looking at it from the perspective of the majority of people, where 6% of all Black people in the U.S. make over 100,000. I'm gonna say that again. Only 6%. I just looked up these statistics. Only 6% of all the Black folks in the United States make over $100,000 a year. So that means there's 94% more of people that can't even get to the six figure level. So how about allow us to come in, us entrepreneurs that have achieved 6 figures or more, right? And let's give them a more appropriate goal to achieve. Let's start off by just getting you to 6 figures. Because if we can get you to 6 figures, let's just say $120,000, $10,000 or more, right? And then we can keep your debt to income ratio of just 50% of that. You have $5,000 more to invest, with, right? So if I can get you to 6 figures, keep you under, 50% debt to income, and then allow you to have 50% more of your income to invest. Look at how powerful of a human being you just became to your community. So imagine if I can get 1,000 people united doing that, right? 10,000 people, 20,000 people doing that, but also bring the unity of it, right? The ability to communicate, the ability to relate, the ability to be able to share skills and scarce resources with each other, right? That $5,000, with let's just say 10 other people, you just created $50,000 of value, right? And then if we spread that $50,000 monthly to these different 10 individuals, we just created our own ecosystem. And so if you look at what they was doing back in Black Wall Street and all these other things, that's all they were doing. They didn't have social media, but they knew how to share the resources. They knew how to keep the money within their own community. They knew how to barter. They didn't just rely on money. You couldn't just rely on money. And I think that's what we got to get back to, not just relying on money. When we rely on money, we rely too much on capitalism and too much on of their system. But when we barter amongst ourselves, that takes away some of the capitalist sting, right? Because it's just me and you bartering, creating our own microeconomy within ourselves. We trading skill for skill, knowledge for knowledge, and we're building, our own microeconomies. And as we keep adding more people to these microeconomies, right, the value of that becomes even greater. And because that power becomes even greater, it demands money. I always like to say money is not something you seek after. Money is something you attract.
Money is something you attract. You don't chase after it.
Don't chase it. No, you attract it. You attract it by going and get the knowledge and the skills and all the requirements there's need. And when people see you with the proper knowledge and people see you with the proper skills and the passion, it's inevitable. You're gonna get the money.
You're gonna get to the bag.
I like to say what Dr. Kelly said. He told me, he said, I have a saying that said you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink it. But Dr. Kelly said, yes, you can if you put salt in his mouth.
Well,
so the goal is to become the salt, right? Become so invaluable with your skills, knowledge, and information, and the ability to relate and communicate that you become attractive enough that money is following you and you're not chasing after it.
Wow. Now, what type of impact do you see these projects, your 6 figure makeover, your cover 360, what impact do you feel like it's going to make worldwide to the Black businesses?
It's already making an impact because I just like to focus on one person at a time personally. not to get too biblical, but they said the angels of heaven rejoice off of one person that, changed their mindset. So I just try to focus on changing one mind at a time. I don't have to be the great big light, because it takes a flick of light to start a great big light, right? So if I could just be a flicker of light to one person, and then I spark that one person, and then spark another person, it's like that drip of water in a bucket. It might start off as a little drip, but if you come back an hour later, the bucket is full and spilling over. So that's how I try to be with everything I do. I just do that one thing excellent, right? Well, teach that one person excellence and teach them very well. And then from there, it starts to trickle down and have a, like you said, global impact. And we've already been having a global impact. We've been in other countries in the United States, all over, making an impact in nonprofit organizations, talking to different people that have influence and power. I always say, if I could talk to somebody that has 1 million followers, but I'm talking directly to the person that have 1 million followers, those followers are my followers. If the person with the 1 million followers are actually taking my advice and then taking that advice and implementing it into their ecosystem. So that's how Cover 360, Be Official Management Group, Go Virtual Green, all of the endeavors that I'm passionate about, that I've, spent a lifetime building, has making an impact, is because we focus on just, impacting one individual life at a time. And we look back, and now we've impacted thousands of people's lives all over the world.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for your expertise, for your wisdom, just for your math knowledge. Thank you so much. Can you tell us how to get in touch with you?
So yes, you can get with me at beofficial.com. That's beofficial.com, beofficial.com. My other platforms are cover360.com, cover360ixty.y.com, or Go Virtual Green, Go Virtual Green, green.org. And you can reach all of those platforms from beofficial.com. We're actually in the process of revamping the Be Official website. I spent so much time working on other people's platforms that last week I took the time to say, hold on, let me bring my own platform up to speed. So we're launching a new beofficial.com website here in the next week or two. But you can reach me on all that. You can also reach me on Instagram at cover360, cover360ixty, or at Be Official MG, Be Official MG. So, or you can reach me at LinkedIn too, same thing, at Be Official MG. So you can reach me on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn. I think I said yes on all of those different handles. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for that information. I just want to remind you that genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jamila.
You're welcome. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen. That's $BBX USA. Once again, that's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors. That's NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090